Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Chat, how did you enjoy the Glorp Only Abyss yesterday? I actually had kind of a lot of fun with it. I thought it was kind of poggin, actually. Wait, I can put the cam back in the Genshin position.
Ow. Where did that come from?
Alright. Put the chat back in the Genshin position. Chat, this is you. Hi. Chat, say hi to chat. Alright. Okay, so, today we're gonna, okay, listen, alright, listen, okay? You know how it is with the early streams, okay? I haven't slept. It is what it is. Honestly, I just sleep every other day now. Like, I've actually gotten into the habit of just sleeping every other day. And I don't know what to do about that. But oh well, oh well. Drugs sounds like a plan, honestly. Drugs sounds like a plan for sure. For real, for real. Anyways, chat. Today, yeah, we're gonna do some viewer abyss. We're gonna do some UID reviews. We're gonna do. I don't know how much more Yansan prep I need to do before the pre-release. I think I'll actually be ready for the pre-release by tomorrow. Have you considered doing another Genshin Iceberg video? I've had a few people ask me that lately, but I don't really know. I just don't know if there's that many things. And I'm also a lot less involved with, like, the community part of TC compared to how I used to be. I used to be very active in TC Discord channels. And so all the, like, random shit that didn't matter but that was fun, I would end up hearing through the grapevine. Now you got an ego, exactly. No, it's just now I spend my free time actually being free and not thinking about Genshin Impact. Okay, bro, let me eat. Okay, dude. Wow. No. No. So early today? I mean, it's not that early. We've had earlier streams, for sure. By being free, do you mean binging manhwa? You got a problem with that? Hmm? Yeah, that's what I mean. 100%. Wow. Pause. Shot. Hold. Hold. Is that Rose crit? Perhaps? Perhaps? And it's doomed. Wait. Okay. Okay, we just need to avoid defense. We just need to avoid defense. We just need to avoid defense. Alone and carry piece. Yeah. Because that's something that's good. Well, that was a fucking... That is one hell of a start to the stream. Wouldn't you agree, chat? Pleasant start. Things are lining up well. This is going to be a 4-liner. Okay, never mind. It's actually rigged for defense. I feel like it is, man. I might not have hit the one in the back. Close enough. We can end stream already? I'm kind of down, dude. Fuck that. Wow. What a start. What a start to the day this has been.
Add Thank you for Add
Alright, chat. I think we're gonna tier list time today. By the way. Let's do that now, actually. I want to take a look at the impact that Eon-san is gonna have on a lot of different characters. And I want to separate them in terms of how much they benefit from Eon-san. So, at the top, we're gonna have a sizable upgrade to teams. Then we're gonna have...
You still have a special place
upgrade, but only at C6 / side grade. Has viable teams. No. Thank you for the 15 months. Wow, Carolina. Okay. Right. Can you make one for characters who move enough for a max buff? I don't think that matters that much. Like, the reason why you'd want to know that is to know how good the characters are. But you can just look at how good the characters are. You know? Okay. By the way, for Eon-san Arlecchino, did you consider you don't get Citlali's Res Shred for Arlecchino's first N1? What do you mean by that? you've been at Yonsan Sitlali, but you don't. Well, I guess. No, I think you Yonsan Ben at Sitlali. Because you can't put Yonsan on instructor because she needs to build attack. So you end up putting her on Noblesse, but you can put Bennett on instructor. Otherwise you're too low on Night Soul. You're gonna be low on Night Soul anyway. That's just how it is. I think it's better to Yonsan first, honestly. It's definitely better at C6. Maybe it's not better at C2. I don't know. How is Yonsan ER? Is it worse than Sitlali? No, but Yonsan's buff scales with her attack. So if she has to build more ER, she suffers more from it. Because what you lose out on is the useful stat for your carry. Attack percent? Yeah. It's total attack, not base attack, yeah. Can you trigger Quicken from Burning Aura? Yes, kinda. Let's explain how that works. So, let's show it again. This time, let's make sure we go on this one first. So, we do trigger the Quicken. We don't trigger Quicken through Burning. Burning is 2U Pyro, so you need to wipe the Burning and then apply Dendro. Or then apply Pyro. Then apply Electro. Jesus. Which is going to take either 3 applications of Electro or 2 applications if one of them is more than 1U. So for example, Razor C6 plus E would be enough. Because his E is 2U. Yonsan has up to 3 applications of Electro in her base combo. So yes, Yonsan can apply enough Electro for that. So, alright, first, we're just gonna split the list of characters in the ones that are worth talking about and the ones that are not. So, we're only gonna talk about carries. I don't think there's anything worth mentioning for, like, official... Diluc. We can use Diluc to talk about Shanyan stuff, sure. I guess we can talk about Kutsing. What about Changling? I guess we could talk about fucking Yonsan National. Sure. We can talk about Yeonsan National. Why not? It's not gonna be great, but that's okay. Klee. I guess we can talk about Klee, but there's not much to say. Child. I guess we can talk about international with the Yeonsan, sure. What else? Ganyu, we can talk about. Sure. Chao, we can talk about. I guess we can talk about Hutao. Sure. We can talk about Ella. We can talk about Ayaka. I should do some calcs for Ayaka, actually. I'm kind of curious. Is it better than Bennett? Yoimiya, sure, we can talk about Yoi. Talk about Raiden. Not much to say about Ito. I mean, I guess we can. Let's just talk about all the, like, carries. No. Sino. Would you consider Yeonsan in a Sino Chevreuse team? Over Fischl? Sorry, chat. Okay, who else? Who else do we need to talk about? We can talk about Wanderer, we can talk about Al-Hytham, we can talk about... We're not talking about Daya. I'm sorry, Daya. You've lost the plot if you think we're talking about you. Lil bro. We can talk about... Okay. How cooked would it be to talk about Neville? Because the Ansan does give 25% damage at C6 and scroll. So, like... That's 65 damage per se, you know? It's not bad. Kachina exists, but I think Yeonsan's gonna be better than Kachina. Maybe that doesn't move enough for the 25 damage percent? That might be true. That might be true, actually. You're right. yeah. I mean, Anyways, Risley we can talk about, sure. Navia we can talk about, sure. How good will it be with Navia? I'm kind of curious. Probably ass, right? Does Crystallize proc Electro Resonance? I don't actually know this. Because I know that there's some of the Electro-related trigger conditions that don't count Electro Crystallize. But is it? Yeah, it is this one. Yeah, it's Electro Resonance. Electro Resonance doesn't proc off of Electro Crystallize and Electro Swirl. It procs off of every other Electro reaction, but not those two. Why? I don't know. But that's how it works. Okay, Gumming, Arlecchino, Glorpachino. Anyways, apparently there's some rotations with Arlecchino where you get at Yansan C6 really good uptime on your stuff. So let's take a look at this here. The problem with this is gonna be that we can't get fucking instructor anymore. Right? If you do Yunsan after Bennett instead of before, you don't get instructor. You gotta go Noblesse on Yunsan or Bennett, Cinder City on Citlali, and what the fuck do you go on your remaining one of Bennett and Yunsan? Like, you only have 2 supportive artifact sets you can use, which is kind of unfortunate. You're not gonna... You don't get Farina's self HP drain, so not really. Your MC Lully, that's not real. Anyways, if you do this, it's not actually better. Like, yeah, you get much better uptime on your attack buff, but even with that, it's not actually better because you don't get instructor anymore. Damn. Yeah, that's kind of a tragedy, huh? Anyways. Is instructor ER Sensei Lally possible? I mean, technically it's possible, but especially in a team that... Well, I guess you do have Fabian-san in a team like that, so maybe it's fine. It's gonna be really rough, though. Like, I don't have an instructor set that has enough ER for that. Anyways, Blind Sethos, I guess we can talk about. Just to say that it's ass. Actually, is it even ass? Like, it won't compete with Fischl, but it might compete with the other slot. But it probably won't beat the other slot. Too much reaction damage. And not enough running. I mean, we could talk about Maladi, why not? Why not? Kinich, Chaska, Malika, Raisa, I guess. Alright, so that's a list of, like, carries that I think are worth mentioning when talking about Yeon-san. So let's put him in places and shit. First off, we got Malika. Let's put Malika here. Honestly, I'm really glad Malika's finally getting buffed. She's finally going to be actually usable, which is great because she's not in the best state right now, honestly. No, okay. Here's the thing, alright? I don't actually think she goes here. Because Yeonsan C2 is closer to a side grade compared to Shilonen. And more importantly, Yeonsan generates her Night Soul over your rotation. Or sorry, Yeonsan uses her Night Soul over her rotation. She doesn't use it all at once when you use her skill. Which means if you kill the enemy with Malika's burst, you don't get the fighting spirit generated from whatever's left on Yeon-san. And then you start the next chamber with 0 fighting spirit, and you don't generate 200 fighting spirit before you swap to Malika. And so, eventually you're gonna have the same problem as you do in the Malika teams that just run Sitlali, right? Where, like, technically you'll be able to get most of your fighting spirit, but there will be a good amount of situations where your burst is gonna hit a lot less than it should because you finished the last chamber at a bad breakpoint. Think of it this way, okay? It's kind of like if you're playing Bennett Changling, right, in a national team, and you spam Bennett, eat a battery or Changling, right? If you kill the enemy right after you bursted, you start the next chamber, you're now not standing in Bennett burst because you don't have it, which means you can't E fast on Bennett, which means you can't generate energy very quickly. And so your next rotation is even slower. And something relatively similar can end up happening with Malika if you're not using Shilonen. It's the main reason why Shilonen sees so much play with Malika. It's not just that she's good, it's, I'd say, almost more importantly, that she's a lot more comfortable. And Yeon-san won't be more comfortable, but she will be more damage. Which would be a better pick for my Malika if I don't have either Sitlali or Shilonen? Sitlali, 100%. Shilonen... Okay. You can make a Malika team function as long as you have Shilonen. But Malika is balanced without Sitlali. She's good, but balanced without Sitlali. Sitlali is what makes Malika so outrageous. Anyways, I wonder if there's any character that actually gets a sizable upgrade if I don't count Mawika as sizable upgrade. Maybe Varesa. It's something I haven't talked about in the pre-release because I kind of just assumed that you were always going to play her with the Onsan. But if you're playing Varesa solo Electro, her ER requirements are fucking awful. Kanich? No, it doesn't seem to be that sizable of an upgrade for Kanich. It's an upgrade to his best teams at C6, but at C2, it's more of a side grade. The biggest problem is if you don't react Mawika's burst, her damage goes down a lot. And it's not really worth it having her on a damage set anymore. I was doing some calcs yesterday, and I found that the optimal set for Mawika and Kanich teams when you used Yansan often tended to be Deepwood. I think the highest damage combination I got was like Cinder City, Yansan, Deepwood, Mawika, and Unfinished Reverie, Emily. I'm not, wait, let me double check. That was Chaska stuff. Yeah. No. No, it wasn't. Okay, wait, no. Never mind. This was fake. No, okay, right. This was the right one. It's Noblesse Mawika Deepwood Emily was the best. We tried to Reverie on Mawika. Mawika does less damage than Emily in a team like this. If we account for Yunsan enabling actually consistent regardless of the rotation scroll, I would argue Yunsan is a very good upgrade. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, also, now that I'm double checking, it seems like the best one was Bened Emily Iansan. But with that team, in multi-wave, you stop burning. Because you only have the pyro up from Bennett and then GG, no more. No, we're not adding this. And I don't know how much people are gonna want to deal with that shit. Anyways, okay, so, maybe Malwika still goes here. I don't know, man. No. I think maybe Gumming is gonna be alone in this tier then. Fuck! I don't want to be a Gumming propagandist, but I am, okay? I can't help it. How do you get the Quicken proc with Solodendro Kanichi? We start burst with burst every rotation. You start burst with burst on the first rotation. I don't think you need to on the second one. Because... we're gonna pretend that Auron is the yeah. Yo. Alright. We gotta... I guess it was kind of sus. How can I show this properly? Who else has 3 Electro Apps in quick succession? I guess Fischl does. But with Fischl, it might be a bit too quick to show it well. Oh well. It is what it is. Alright, so you're gonna finish your rotation like this. Oh. Anyways, but you get your quicken. It's hard to show because it's AoE and there's bullshit, but whatever. Yansan E plunge wipes the burning, and then Yansan burst triggers aggravate or triggers quicken. Okay, is there anyone else who gets a big boost? I don't think so, right? Client? Client doesn't get that big of a boost, honestly. Raiden? Neither does Raiden. Shanyon Plungers? Shanyon Plungers actually do not work well with Yansan at all. Because you need the Power Infusion from Bennett, the jump from Shanyon, and the Elemental Application from Farina or Citlali. Kind of difficult to fit Yansan now. Yeah. 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 But Veresa's Yansan teams are noticeably better than the other ones. That's for sure. Veresa's ER requirements aren't that big, but they are big enough that they're like relevant. All right, let's take a look at what it looks like. Right, so solo Electro Veresa, I guess. So 1 Electro with Yansan. So Veresa gets, what is it, 2 to 3, I think? So she gets 2.5 times 2 average from her own stuff. If you're playing 1 Electro, let's say you're doing Bennett instead of Yansan, right? So you get Farina 7, Xianyun 5? I think it's 5. Like, 5 caught from Farina, 2 non-caught, 5 from Xianyun. It might be 4. Who cares? 2.25 from Bennett. Clear particles. Farina's on 5. Bennett's not. Alright? ER requirement's 180. That shit ain't happening, you know? If you add Eon-san, you get electroresonance, which is like 4 particles, and you get Eon-san's particles instead of Bennett's, and you get 1 more Fav proc. Oh, these are trivial ER requirements. It's kind of a big deal. On top of that, in a team like that, Bennett isn't providing power resonance to begin with, right? Whether you're looking at Chevreuse or Farina teams, Chevreuse teams need an off-field pyro to maintain Chevreuse's resistance shred. And that off-field pyro plus Chevreuse is already power resonance, so Bennett isn't giving you power resonance. And in Farina teams, you want to use Farina and Xianyun. And then Veresa, so you don't have 2 slots for pyro. So in Veresa's teams, Bennett is kind of just never really providing you power resonance. Unless you're doing Bennett as your only pyro other than Chevreuse in a Chevreuse team, and you're like swapping out of Maoika to go do an Eon Bennett in the middle of your uptime to refresh the shred. But like, that's fake, you know? And the only reason you'd want to do that is if you want to do Eon-san plus Bennett, right? So you'd still be playing Eon-san. The point I'm making here is that Veresa's pretty much always going to be played with Eon-san. Because her burst is useful to have. And Eon-san completely trivializes what would otherwise be fairly high ER requirements. Not even Fischl. The thing with Fischl is that if your ER requirements are at 80% instead of 100, it's not like you can build a negative ER so that you can get more attack or crit, you know? And Veresa's numbers are actually kind of jacked. Like, power creep is a fucking real thing. And in a team where some of your buffers are not buffing Fischl's damage, like Xianyun, you're generally better off consolidating your buffs onto the same character. Anyways. Okay. Alright. Have to check something. How is Tim Hortons compared to Dunkin'? I don't know. I've never had Dunkin' Donuts. How does Yonsan fit in Chow teams? The biggest problem with Yonsan in Chow teams is that you can't Cinder City Animo with her. Which means that that's 40% damage you're losing out on. And that's a big fucking deal. It makes her significantly less effective. Donuts are legit the worst food item ever created. Okay. Honestly, I do think that a lot of donuts are kind of bad. Like, if I had to choose between having toast for breakfast and having a donut, in a hypothetical scenario where I wouldn't gain weight no matter which one I chose, there's a bunch of donuts that I would not pick over toast. The ones I would pick over toast, honey crullers. I don't know if this makes me a psychopath, but the jam-filled powdered sugar ones, especially the Timbits for those, or donut holes for the non-Canadians in chat. Chocolate glazed. Like, not the, like, default donut with chocolate glazing, but, like, the chocolate donut with chocolate glazing, like double chocolate. The sour cream ones, and the traditional one. And that's kind of it. Pretty much everything else I'd say is worse than plain toast. Is Cinder City not buffing Animo? You can only buff elements with Cinder City when you trigger the reactions. And Electro characters can't trigger Electro Swirl. Because in order for them to trigger Electro Swirl, you need to have Animo as an aura on an enemy, which isn't something you can do. I feel like it could be really cool if we eventually get a character that applies an Animo aura to enemies. I can't. Ain't no way bro missed it. Will I give swirl ownership to the elemental applier? Yeah. Maybe it could be really cool. Can't wait to play VV Shangling. Huge. Huge and large. Okay, yeah, I guess we can talk about Chow, because people asked. The thing about Chow is... he is most definitely a unit that was kind of a little bit left behind with all the power creep. Like, he's still very much able to clear stuff. But when you look at Xiao's teams right now, the best one, without that much competition, is Farazan, Xianyun, Farina. And the problem with Yansan is that she can't replace Xianyun because she doesn't give you enough healing for Farina. And you don't want to replace Farina because she just gives too much in a team that already wants Xianyun. And you pair that with the fact that she doesn't buff Animo with Cinder City. I'm not doing exercise reading today. I'm too tired. I'm sorry. Guards, you can refund and turn it off for today. If Cinder City worked on Animo, Yonsan would be close to Farina, somewhat, I guess. Anyways, the nice thing is that the best Xiao team right now is a team that is not as good in AoE because Shannon's buff only works on one target. Xiao's best AoE team right now is like kind of up in the air. There's a few that perform well. It's generally like Bennett Farina or Bennett Changling. And Yansan will be fine there for sure. But it will be noticeably worse than the Farina teams in single target. Than the Shanyon Farina teams in single target. I think I'll say he goes here. Like, I wouldn't really recommend Yansan for Xiao, but if you want to use Farina on your other side, you can definitely consider it. Farina has a lot of damage in that team if you play Vivi on Chenyun, but not really. So okay, this is vile, by the way. Okay. Alright. Okay, this is actually fucked. What do you mean outside of whale stuff, Xiao's best team is Vivi for Neuvillette and Pyro Plunge? What do you... That's fucked. Anyways. So, if we focus on Farina personal damage, our team DPS goes down by 4k. And even when you do focus on Furina's personal damage, she's only doing like 10k DPS. That's with VV and Golden Troop Furina. This is not very good. You're at 8k if you don't focus on her personal damage instead of 10. But you gain those 50k to 53k. You gain 3k DPS on Xiao. Why's Xianyun at 5k? Wonder where that's coming from. Physical? What do you mean? Oh, because she's on clan with this. Right. I forgot. Right. This is the cursed clan Xianyun. I forgot about that. What rotation do they do? They do Xianyun into Farazan. I see. How fucked do things get if I do Xianyun after instead of before? Our energy gets cooked. No. I guess it's because we're getting Pav procs on Farazan and battering them into Xiao. Let's just cheat a little, give him a bit more ER. Okay. So it's a little less with this, but then if you go TTDS, that's a little less interesting. Cool. Anyways, next, I guess Chaska. Chaska goes here as well. So the biggest problem with Chaska is that Mawika exists. The gap between the Chaska, Bennett, Mawika, Sitlali team and any other Chaska team is like sizable. Yansan does seem to be a side grade, if not upgrade, in the Chaska teams that don't use Mawika. But it's worse than using Mawika. But like, that shit pisses me off, you know? Like, I can't be the only... Whatever. It is what it is, I guess. Alright, let's quickly mention some of the no's. So, Mwalani, no. Obviously. Don't be an idiot. Who else we got? Yeah, Diluc and other units enabled by Bennett C6 plus Xianyun? No. You just can't slot it in, right? You need Bennett C6, you need Xianyun, and you need a reaction enabler, and then you have your on-fielder. That's 4 units. You don't have a slot available for Yansan. Ito, no. Ito struggles from not having a good last slot when you do Ito, Shilonen, Farina. So you can consider using Yansan, but like, Yansan doesn't do much. Ito doesn't move that much. Yelan not good. Yelan works, but Yelan doesn't have that much synergy. She's just there because she's a good unit that works well with Farina, not because she works well with Ito. Anyways. But the fact that you don't get Cinder City and that the attack buff is something that Ito doesn't like that much, yeah, just don't do it. We've got Wanderer. Wanderer has a somewhat similar issue to Chow, where, and if anything, a similar issue to Chow, but even worse in his case, where his damage is just not 2025 material. So supports that are focused on only increasing your carry's damage and that don't have personal damage themselves are just generally going to be outperformed by Farina teams. On top of that, the Electro stack on Wanderer is kind of worthless. You can do, like, Bennett, Yonsan, but the Electro stack is bad. You don't get Cinder City. It's just not the best. And on top of that, unlike Xiao, he doesn't maintain a lot of Night Soul throughout his rotation. What's the best Wanderer team? Wait, I'm actually really curious what's the highest one on GC Sim. Is it Hyper Bloom? Like, I need to see. This is C6, 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 C0. It's not Hyperloom, but it's VV Fav Wanderer with double Hydro. Oh man. Yeah, this is the Ito treatment, exactly. Oh. Maybe whoever said GC Sim is a mistake was right. True. Yeah, like, look at the difference in Farina personal damage in these two teams, right? In this team, Farina personal damage, 7.5k. In this one, 23k. It's more than 3 times more. And then Yelan's doing 35k. Which is like 2/3 of what Wanderer does in this one. Anyways. But yeah, like, it is what it is, you know? This kind of stuff is, like, kind of sad to look at. Because, like, if someone asks me what's the best Wanderer team, like, I can't answer this, you know? Like, this is not a Wanderer team, you know? Wanderer Hyperbloom's at 55k. Prefontaine hyper carries? I know, man. Bro, the fact that C1R1 Mawika's like doing more damage than this team does. Oh man. Mawika, man. Do you even need the R1? Yeah. If you want to beat 200k, you're gonna need 2 cons. It can be R1 on Mawika, C1 or C2 on Citlali. Yeah. That Mawika Claymore is way too good. It's not that the Claymore is way too good. It's that when you have a character that's doing 120k personal DPS, their signature weapon is going to be a bigger deal than if they're doing 60k personal DPS. Okay, frankly, I wasn't impressed by the signature upgrade. This Abyss is very... It makes it difficult to gauge how strong Mawika is because the enemies have an amount of HP that, like, Serpent Spine and Mailed Flower can 1-rotate or, like, 2-rotate, and Sig doesn't quite give you enough to clear in 1 less rotation. Because Chamber 1, right? Your burst initial hit one-shots the first Rune Guard, and then your spin combo kills the first Rune Greater, and then you repeat the same thing, and then burst initial hit for the 3rd burst on the last one, right? And with Sig, you kind of can't kill 3 of them in one burst plus spin. Then you don't really have enough damage to 1-rotate the gravity guy, even with Sig, but you're pretty close. And it's gonna die to your burst initial hit instead of to your first or second melt on the spin. So that's a very, very similar clear time. And then same for Swanee. Anyways. Who else is a no? Hu Tao is a no? So don't fucking do this to yourself, man. Noel is a no? Sure. Lenny? I don't know with Lenny. I'm trying to think. In Lenny Chevreau's teams, you already have Power Resonance, so would Yunsun be an upgrade over Bennett? She might be. And not having circle impact is also going to be really nice. I'm not sure. Although lineage of those teams in general are like kind of meh. So I don't know. We can talk about Kaniche. Kaniche goes here. C2 Eon-san doesn't seem to be an upgrade over the premium Kaniche teams right now. But it doesn't seem to be much of a downgrade either, so for people who don't have Maoika or who don't have Emily, it'll be really nice. At C6, it seems like it can be an upgrade, but pretty much every one of the teams where it's actually an upgrade is gonna have some sort of clunk. So I was looking at some Kaniche stuff, right? This was Bennett, Emily, Maoika. And this is an 18-second rotation. So 95k. With these assumptions. $91k for C2 Yansan instead of Maoika. 105 for C6 Yansan, so it is an upgrade. But we have a problem here, which is we don't have all-field pyro. Which isn't a problem in or if the enemy doesn't die, right? If you only have one wave. But in multi-wave content, if you don't have all-field pyro, once you kill an enemy, you don't have a way to apply pyro to the next wave. Actually, is that even true? Wait, I gotta double check something. I need to check something. I'm gonna get John Lee so I can check without having to focus on dodging. Does he? Because, okay, sometimes it gets scuffed to, like, reattach your hook onto the next wave. So I'm wondering, is there a way to, like, intentionally not reattach it so you can Bennett Pyro Infuse normal attack to get a Pyro app during Kaniche uptime? Or is that not doable? I'm not sure. What the fuck weapon is he on, man? Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's doable. Tragedy. Alright, doesn't seem like it works. That's okay. Sack in each angle? Okay, let's not go that far, man. I'd personally kick out Emily and use Burst on Kaniche to get Cinder City plus Maoika. You get Cinder City here. On Yansan. You don't gain Cinder City from doing that. But I did look at the team with Maoika instead of Emily. It was a little worse, but not significantly so. It's just because Emily does more damage than Maoika does. And then there's also the fact that I haven't really accounted for this yet, but your ER requirements on Kinich get weird if you're not using Emily. Anyways, but yeah, so compared to the current best Kinich team, it seems like Yansan can be upwards of a 10% increase to the team. But the version with Emily is scuffed in multi-wave, and the version with wait, I just realized this is not true. Neither is this, actually. Wait. Oh, I'm fucking orange. Uh-oh. At least that specific mistake I did everywhere. But it is what it is. Emily 1.1, Aoika 0.9. My bad. Is that Emily? Yeah. Alright, I had fucked my resistances. Okay, fixed. But yeah, so current best team is at around 88k. And it's a little bit more than a 10% increase, it's like 15% increase with this one, but it's like multi-wave issues, you know? And then you got Emily Maoika Yansan C6, which is a much smaller upgrade. Yansan C6 is ever so slightly better than Bennett. If you want to replace Bennett. Then, if you replace Emily, this is worse. This is slightly better. It's sheet 7 we're looking at, 87k. No. Yes. No. 88k. Sheet 6, 88k. So yeah, this is slightly better with Bennett Maoika Yansan. But here's the problem, okay? This is Deepwood Maoika. Alright? And no one wants to play Deepwood Maoika. And if you don't use Deepwood Maoika, I think the team is worse. So Yeah. If you don't use Deepwood Maoika, this team is a downgrade. So, like... This is with the Yonsan C6, by the way. So yeah, it's like... Technically, Yonsan can be an upgrade over Emily in this team. But only if you want to play Deepwood Maoika. If you don't want to play Deepwood Maoika, she's a downgrade over Emily. Which is sad. For sure. And then, if you're doing C2 Yonsan, same thing. Right? And you still don't want to do Deepwood. It's like a sizable downgrade. Who's on Center City here? Yonsan? Yeah, Yonsan. Oh yeah, I wonder what the best weapon for Maoika is in this team. Could it be the fabled Fa-Wuika? Fa-Wuika. Honestly, it might be. If only Forest Regalia gave attack instead of EM. Oh man. Does Sack work with Maoika? Yeah, but there's not much of an upside. I mean, I guess you can get more particles, sure. But it's pyro particles. You'd rather have the clear particles. Oh yeah, Mahira Aquamarine exists. I forgot about that. So it might be a full EM Maoika angle. Like, technically, I haven't calced burning damage. Because you're not building EM on anyone. So the burning damage is kind of insignificant. But if you go full EM Maoika, burning damage becomes significant. The big problem is that Kinich is going to have most of the ownership. Because Kinich applies much faster than Maoika does. Well, maybe not. It might actually be 50-50. Perhaps. Maybe. Might be at least close to 50-50. And with 50% uptime, burning DPS is like... not that bad. So base damage is what, 361 times 4, which is like 1500-ish per second. And it's gonna be times like 6 from your EM multiplier. So it's like 3... 9k-ish. You go fully M per second. If he gets half uptime, it's like 5k-ish per second. I guess it's still not particularly large, huh? If we have to do all this anyways, why not just use Dea? Because Moika gives damage percent. But that's a good point, honestly. Like you're not that wrong. You're not wrong about that. Or maybe you'd rather go Moonpiercer Toma at that point for the 32% attack. Or Moonpiercer Shangling, because she would have a lot of burning ownership. But I feel like at that point, you're kind of cooking too much, you know? Anyways, let's keep going. Okay, I want to take a look at some Ayaka stuff. So, Ayaka. What do we look at? Ayaka, Shenhe, VV, Ayaka, Shenhe, Shalonen. I guess. Oh man, this shit won't be good, huh? I'm not even gonna bother, actually. I was wrong. This is a waste of time. So the thing about Ayaka is she'll be able to get her burst snapshotted with max buff, right? Even if she doesn't really move, you'll still be able to get your burst fully buffed, which is pretty significant. And then on top of that, in the few Ayaka teams where you played Bennett, you don't really tend to get power resonance. Unless you're trying to do fucking melt Ayaka, which is something, that's for sure. It's not bad, but like, it's still an Ayaka team. I think it goes an eh. Like, it might be one of the things you can consider when you don't need freeze because you're against bosses and shit. But, like, you don't really want to play Ayaka there to begin with. So, like, the way I see it, Ayaka's a character that is very much balanced around the state of the game when she was released, with freezable enemies being everywhere and freeze being a broken reaction. And a character that is properly balanced around being a freeze carry shouldn't have great numbers. And Ayaka doesn't have great numbers. And I think that's a good thing. But that also means that if you try to play a character like Ayaka in content where freeze doesn't do anything, an important part of her strength disappears. Don't get freezable abyss anymore? Yeah. Pretty much every freezable enemy is not tanky enough to be alone in a chamber anymore. It used to be that for enemies like this, you had 2 ways, and for enemies like this, you had a 1. The thing is, when Ayaka's burst is, like, not quite enough to fully kill an enemy, she feels awful. And that's kind of what you're going to run into against the Earth Guards. You're going to deal, like, 70% of their HP. Because the HP multiplier is 375 instead of 50 now. You're going to deal like 70 to 80% of their HP in a rotation if you don't have SIG or Constellations. And then you have to do a second rotation against low HP enemies, which feels fucking awful. And against stuff like this, you're locked into, like, at best 50-second clears, because you will absolutely need 3 bursts. It depends. Sometimes it's 375 and sometimes 300. Yeah. When it's 300, a like a really high investment free-to-play Ayaka can 1-rotate. When it's 375, it's not gonna happen without SIG. Like, sure, it's possible. I'm sure there's a clear somewhere of someone 1-rotating it with T0 stuff, because they have the fucking best artifact you've ever seen. But yeah. I guess speedrunners are just using her burst to melt Mawika. Okay, dude. I mean, sure. So someone arguing how melt is better? I mean, yeah. Because you get to use Mawika. But it's not because melt Ayaka is better, it's because Mawika's broken and Ayaka is kind of power crept. Same reason why Risley's best team is Bennett, Mawika, Zitlali. But, like, that's just sad, you know? Like, yeah, anyways. Let's keep going. Okay, here's the thing with Raiden, alright? If you don't have Yansan C4, from what I've seen, it seems like you can't get 42 stacks or 42 Night Soul on Raiden's initial hit. Because Raiden's initial hit doesn't snapshot damage at the start of the animation. It's like it looks at stats dynamically. And by the time your burst animation is over and you hit the enemy, you've been stationary for almost 2 seconds. So unless you were exactly at 54 when you swapped into her, it's cooked. And you're going to be below 42. Which means that without Yansan C4, your initial slash is not going to get the full buff. And then on top of that, Raiden doesn't move that much. At the very least, if you're playing a Chevreuse team, you will get a lot of attack on your Yansan. So even a like 35 Night Soul buff is not going to be that far below max buff. So at least there's that. The biggest problem is that, like, the biggest upside to playing Yansan in Chevreuse teams is that you generate Fighting Spirit for Maoika. That's by far the most relevant thing for Chevreuse's teams. But Maoika has bad synergy with Raiden because, well, bro, you know? Yeah. As it turns out, the character whose burst requires your other characters to have burst energy cost, and who generates energy for your other characters, doesn't have the best synergy with a character whose burst does not cost energy. And the worst part is it's still a good team just because Maoika's that good. Like, it's not a good Maoika team, but it's a good Raiden team. Which I think is interesting. There's not that many teams where you use Maoika support that are good Maoika teams. Honestly, I think the only one that I actually consider a good Maoika team is the Chaska one. But that's because Chaska can go VV, and you get to VV and melt Maoika's burst. Sucrose downgrade? No, I'd say it's a Sucrose upgrade. It feels a lot better for multi-wave stuff and for, like, second rotation stuff. Because Chaska generates Fighting Spirit. I don't know if it actually cheats better. It might not. But it feels better in my experience. Like, as long as you don't need, like, the grouping from Sucrose, which generally you don't. Like, it's definitely far from the best Maoika team, but I think it's a good Maoika team. Will Overload Maoika be better with Yansan? Yeah. Yeah, Yansan's gonna be a lot better than Oron for Overload teams with Maoika. But Overload Maoika is a lot worse than Melt or even Vape Maoika. Overload Maoika is, like, not power creep. What's the best Racer team without Maoika? Most likely Yansan, Farina, Xianyun. You have no Electro Off-Fielder? You run Fischl. In a coming team, if I get C0 Yonsan, will it be an upgrade over Bennett? No. Yonsan isn't really competing with Bennett in coming teams. She's competing with your last slot. Gumming wants Bennett and a character that enables him to react, and then has a last slot that's free to be used for buffs, right? That's the slot Yonsan is competitive for. If you lose reactions, Gumming is worthless, and Bennett is just too good to ditch. If you need Bennett on the other side, Yonsan does the job, but it will be worse than Bennett. She's competitive with like the Shilona and like Xianya and like the second cryo you can use. That's where she competes. How does Marisa compare to Kanich and Molani? So, Molani is not a character that cheats very well. I talked about this yesterday, but if you're not doing like Omega cooked alternate 36-second rotations, where you do one rotation with Shangling Burst and one rotation with Sucrose Burst as your source of Pyro, if you do just normal like 20-second rotations on her, just in terms of DPS, she's pretty whatever. The thing is, she has a lot of advantages that don't show up in just a sheet that make it so that in practice for speedrunning, she's very, very powerful. Let's talk about some of those things, right? First, Molani is a character who scales with HP, but has barely any sources of HP from gear or supports. Right? Her weapon, like technically her free-to-play weapon is an HP 1, and I think Surf's Up gives a little bit of HP percent. I kind of forgot. I never remember the like stats that you get from, oops, wrong one. From these, 20% HP, but like, that's not a lot, right? 20% HP, not a lot. Most people don't use this. They generally use either Widsith or a 5-star weapon. Either Surf's Up or like Naida's Sig or some shit like that, right? So she gets at most 20% HP from her weapon. She is often not played with Hydro Resonance. And there's no supports that buff HP other than fucking like some constellation stuff. Because of that, HP is a really, really useful substat on her. Usually, when you look at attack scalers, they get a lot of attack because Bennett is broken as fuck. And on top of that, there's a lot of artifact sets that give you 20% attack. Or something that's equivalent to attack, right? You've got Noblesse, you've got TOM, and you've got Song of Days Past, which all provide either attack or something that in your damage formula does the same thing as attack. Yeah, you've got TTDS, you've got Chevaliers, right? There's so many sources of attack in the game. Power Resonance, obviously Bennett, Yonsan soon. But when it comes to HP, there's pretty much just Hydro Resonance and some 5-star characters constellations. That's kind of it. That's why HP Circlet is a viable thing on Molani, right? Because if you don't have any external sources of HP or attack, HP or attack is a stat that's about as good as crit, if not better. What that means is that getting a Molani build with, I don't know, let's say 30 useful substats, right? Versus getting an Arlecchino build with 30 useful substats. If you look at the average Arlecchino build with 30 useful substats, maybe you'll get like 22 crit rolls, 5 attack rolls, 3 EM rolls, right? Those 5 attack rolls are worth about half a crit roll each in terms of how much damage you get from them. Mualani, those 5 HP rolls are worth as much as crit is. So she's effectively getting 2.5 more substats worth of additional damage at the same amount of substats. Just because the substats other than crit are a lot more valuable on her than they are on characters like Arlecchino, characters like Malika. In other words, Mualani is a character who is kind of gimped by KQM standard. KQM standard always assumes the same amount of substats for your characters, right? It assumes 2 rolls into every single substat, and then as static rolls, and then past that you get, what is it? Is it 20? I think 20 liquid rolls that you can put into anything, right? Usually that's 18 in crit and 2 in like attack. The reason why it's not 20 in crit is because they're assuming that you can at most get 2 rolls on average per artifact of each stat. So you can get two crit rate rolls, 2 crit damage roll on the first 4 artifacts, but the last one can't get the crit stat that's on your main stat. So that's, instead of 20, right, 4 on each, it's 18. And then the remaining 2 will be in attack instead, right? But the thing is, for Mualani, if you do something like that, you're kind of limiting yourself. Because it's very possible that you have a circlet that looks like I guess I don't have a lot of HP on my circlets, huh? Oh well. But it's very possible that you end up having sure, something that looks like this, right? On a character like Arlecchino, 3 crit rolls, 2, let's say it was attack for Arlecchino, and 2 EM rolls, right? That's 7 rolls, but the attack rolls are worth about half a crit roll, and assuming you have EM on your other pieces as well, so are the EM rolls. So these 4 non-crit rolls are the equivalent of 2 crit rolls. Which means that on Arlecchino, I wouldn't use this piece, because while it has 7 rolls, it has the equivalent of 5 crit rolls. So if I have a piece with 6 crit rolls, I'd use that instead. But on Mualani, I can use a piece like this, and it will be better than the 6 crit roll piece. But KQM standard doesn't account for that. It doesn't account for the fact that on Mualani, you will end up using pieces that have less crit but more total stats, because they'll be better. And the more total good stats you have, the higher the likelihood of an artifact having more of those stats. Who cares about KQM in 2025? Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you, alright? KQM is not all that like relevant anymore. But KQM standard and the impact of the work KQM did on the theory crafting community will be there forever. There is no way to make an artifact standard that is both relatively easy to understand and also very accurate to the farming experience. Because there's too much nuance to it, which means that you have to choose, do you make your standards so fucking convoluted that you're gonna need to have a fucking master's degree in statistics to understand how to use it properly? Or do you accept a little bit of a lower precision in your results and make it so that the standard is usable by pretty much everyone? And KQM standard is useful, it's just that it's also nice to understand the limitations of it. In any case, the point I'm making here is not KQM standard sucks, it's Mualani is a character whose damage gets underestimated by KQM standard compared to other characters. What about increasing the number of substats you can allocate? You can do that. I think that if you want to look at Mualani, the best way to go about it is to have 2 less liquid subs, but 4 more fixed subs. 1 into HP, 1 into EM, 1 into crit rate, 1 into crit damage. I think that's the best way to go about trying to make a Mualani artifact standard that is accurate. But the thing is, that's for Mualani specifically because of the way that her damage gets upgraded by each stat. And that standard would have to be different for each unit. And then it's not a standard anymore, it's just a list of exceptions, you know? Mualani has like channeling levels of useful stats. No, she has more, but less, but more, but less, kind of. It's weird. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Anyways, what was I saying? Did KQM fall off, or are there too many people now? The biggest thing with KQM is a lot of the initial stat of KQM ended up leaving because, I mean, fuck, man, Genshin's been out for years at this point. People move on. And the more turnover there is in staff, the more, or the less, like, interpersonal it feels and the more corporate it feels. I still think KQM is a very useful resource. I don't really look at the KQM Discord anymore, but I think that KQM being popular and like it being one of the first results you see when you try to look for builds is a good thing, because you'll get better answers to your questions asking in KQM Q&A chat than you would asking in a general chat on a random Discord from a content creator. the KQM website, especially the TCL, is still incredibly useful. I still cross-reference a lot of my calcs with the KQM guides. Jamie server clears. I mean, sure, but like, you're not gonna find Jamie's server unless you already know who Jamie is. Oh, what's up, Jamie? I think KKM got power cut by YouTube guide makers being able to make guides that can get 95% of the way there in the first few days rather than waiting months for a KQM guide pretty similar. That's fair. I mean, honestly though, KQM got power cut by the fact that Genshin guide makers started actually consulting theory crafters. What's the point of us writing guides for months for free when you can just make YouTube videos and stream for money? Yeah, true, actually. True and real. Let's be real, if KQM had a tier list like Pridwin that updates with every Abyss rotation, it'd be much more famous and talked about. That's true, but I don't know if anyone wants to fucking open that fucking Pandora's box. I gotta be honest. Like, no one really gives that much of a shit about the like Genshin.gg tier list or like the Game8 tier list, because they're not sources that people consider to be authorities, right? But if a source that's considered to be an authority actually had an actual tier list, that shit would like spark some fucking actual warfare. Let's actually go take a look at the Genshin.gg tier list. Last time I looked at it, it wasn't that bad. Like, obviously, there's gonna be some stuff that's wrong, right? You know there's gonna be some stuff that's wrong. But if you're ready for that going into it, and you just try to figure out, like, okay, how much of this is, like, completely unreasonable, and how much of it is just stuff that I disagree with, it's really not that bad. Or at least it wasn't last time I checked. Let's take a look now. Never mind. Okay, I mean... Fuck, man. Here's the thing about Baiju, okay? People play Baiju with Neuvillette, not because Baiju's all that great with Neuvillette, or because Baiju's all that comfortable with Neuvillette, but because serotonin go buh when you instantly max your fanfare. And he's not bad. And like, you can say Neuvillette is a very strong character, and you don't need to play his optimal teams. So playing a slightly suboptimal but more comfortable team is a very reasonable thing to decide. And if that's what you do, then that's what you do, and it is what it is. Right? And if that's how you look at it, Baiju's not a bad character, so him being here is, like, kind of reasonable. I do think that they tend to have, like, I think their character distribution tends to be too top heavy. I think most casual tier lists are like that. There's, like, such a massive gap between the best unit in S tier and the worst unit in S tier. Probably much bigger than the best and worst unit in any other tier. Well, maybe in D tier there's that as well. Alloy is... But, like, yeah. Like, let's give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that, well, they just didn't want to make a tier above SS, and they didn't want to have their lowest tier be like F or some shit. So they ended up jamming the top two tiers together. And, like, Baiju's probably the worst unit here. Either Baiju or Auron. What? Where did he go? You can move them? Wait. That's not good. Okay, never mind. I've unmoved them. Anyways, I would say that Baiju is worse than a few of the units that are here, but probably not to the point that I think it's unreasonable for him to be here. Although I do disagree with him being here. I think Kanich is a bit of a sneak. I don't know how to feel about Chaska. Like, Chaska with Mawika and Chaska without Mawika are two different characters. Chaska with Mawika certainly deserves to be here, but, like, it's not Mawika's best team, so does it really? I don't know. Kanich is good. No, Kanich is good. The problem is there's a pretty big difference between 4E and 5E Kanich. And 4E Kanich is kind of underwhelming. How consistent is 5E? It depends. There's a lot of enemies where while you're spinning around the enemy, your camera spins in, like, weird directions that you can't control because it locks onto the enemy. And then doing a short hold is a lot more difficult because it's hard to aim it properly. And your short hold becomes a mid-length hold. And if that happens, then very often you won't get 5Es. But there's some enemies where the short hold is pretty fucking trivial to do, and you get 5Es pretty reliably. I think the biggest issue with Kanich is that he doesn't feel very good in AoE. You can't really do short hold in a lot of AoE scenarios because you need to aim it very precisely because the AoE is pretty small, and for it to hit more than one enemy, you need to aim it exactly at the right spot. And then your normal attacks aren't hitting AoE, and your normal attacks are, like, well, they're not normal attack, but, like, you know, the hits you do while you're spinning, they are a relevant portion of your damage, even if they're not that much. Yeah, he's Dendro, so he doesn't have a good synergy with groupers. So, like, Kanich AoE often feels very, very bad. But the problem is his single target damage isn't... Like, it's not bad. Like, it's far from bad. But it's just... It's just that fucking Maoika broke the goddamn balance of this game. Kanich's best teams are with Maoika, but they're significantly worse than Maoika's carry teams. Once Yansan comes out, it'll be significantly worse than the like 4-star supports only Maoika carry team as well. Like Benetti, Yansan, Rosaria fucking mobs Kanich. Notice you talk about League kids, you have special permission to talk about them? Nope. I'm not an official content creator for Hoyo. Gacha games are so predatory, and I don't want to... I think there's a lot of value in providing pre-release content for people to help them get ready ahead of time for units that look strong or weak. Know what they're getting into, not waste money. And if I was an official content creator, I wouldn't be able to do that kind of stuff. Would you have made more money as an official content creator? 100%. Yeah. But maybe I wouldn't have had as much audience retention. Or maybe I'd have more. I don't know, man. It's hard to tell. Anyways. Let's take a look at this. Siege win in A is certainly... I don't know if Jamie's still here. We started talking about League, so he might have left. But, I don't think even Jamie would defend this. I like how everyone is like, C0, 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 and then Raiden and Chlorine are C. C. Yeah, like, okay, personally, right, I'd probably move Zhongli down now. I'd move Baiju down. I'd move Kanich down. I might move Chaska down. I think the rest is reasonable. I'd move Fischl up. I'd move Technadi down. I'd move Yai down. I'd move Child down. I'd move Sijuin down. I'd move Shenhe way down. Like, to me, it's kind of funny that Shenhe's here. Shenhe's like, higher than Ayaka, Ganyu, and Rizli. Like, to me, that's really funny. Because Shenhe is not actually particularly good at what she does. Shenhe is a character whose numbers are balanced around buffing multiple cryos. If only one character benefits from quills, Shenhe's kind of whatever. You still end up using her because it's not like you have that much competition in the second cryo slot in freeze teams. But you don't use her because she's great. You use her because no one's great. Yeah, Chauvel's being here, especially marked C6, is kind of a joke. Mona is not that high. I feel like it got worse since the last time I looked, man. C6 Gaming and C. Below Yoimiya. I'm pretty sure even if you spend the first 20 seconds of your chamber batterying Gaming's energy, he will still clear faster than Yoimiya. Game 8 has a more reasonable tier list. What does it look like? We've got a reroll tier list? What the hell is that? Okay. This is awful. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. What's Noel Gacha? This is a tier list of like how happy you're supposed to be seeing characters from the beginner banner that guarantees a Noel. Yeah, this has to be mega old. Venti, yeah, okay, this has not been updated since 1.0. Okay, cool. Alright, let's take a look at this. Okay, I'm actually curious about this. People who have C6 Gaming and Molani in chat, when you play them, which one of the two do you think feels, or which one of the two tends to have better result? Because personally, I get like significantly faster and more comfortable clears with Gaming than with Molani. And I wonder how much of that is just because my Gaming build is really good. Oh, Jamie's back. What do you think, Jamie? I missed the question. Who do you think feels better without, like, constellations and sig stuff between Molani and C6 Gumming? Jamie has a cracked Molani, so his opinion is biased. Yeah, but he also does view Orbis. Like, he doesn't only play his own Molani. Molani Widsith Goat, okay. Okay, man. Alright. Let him reset. Let him retry. Being real, yeah, Molani is more consistent. Really? Because, like, my Molani build is not that bad. It's not amazing, but it's not that bad. And, like, I get significantly better results with my gumming. Like, it's not even close. Like, my clears are twice as fast and significantly more comfortable. I don't think she's on the stuff she's supposed to be on right now. Supposed to be on this one, I think. Is she? 7 roll. Yeah. I think it's that one. Another factor is I think that only 3 out of 100 viewers have a build gumming. Okay, yeah, that's fair. I should check if I've got any HP circlets with double crit. I do. I have 2. I have 3. Wonder if I should level them. I don't want to check if one of these 2 rolls EM or rolls EM on the or crit on the last slot. Take a look. Crit. PR. PR is not bad, but it's not great either. EM. Oh, by the way, Jamie, I was looking at the GCSIM database from Molani yesterday, and so many of the teams had like Omega cooked 36-second rotation stuff that like is doable, but I think most people just will never actually do in practice. Or had scam with Petra Shangling. And the highest DPS team that didn't have either of those things was Mono Hydro. And it made me sad. It made me really sad. It made me really sad. Let's dodge attack. Let's dodge attack. Let's dodge attack. Let's dodge attack. Fuck. As long as we dodge attack on the last one, it's pretty good. Oh, I don't have enough. I'll use some 5 stars. Fuck the strong box. Who cares? Alright, I strong box some Vermilion last time. Nice. It's pretty good. It's probably an upgrade, right? We don't have a 100 crit rate, though. Oh. This is tragic. I should use something that has at least 2 rolls of crit. That's too many rolls, though. I think Milani might be the most lowballed character based on various cal standards. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. 6 rolls. It's not too bad. Also 6 rolls, but this overcaps a bit too much. Also 6 rolls, but it's my Mawika piece. I don't want to yoink it. 4 rolls. 4 rolls. 6 rolls. That's what I'm using right now. It's pretty good. Eh. 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 Aww. That's disgusting. Okay, I think I stick to this then. Maybe... Oh, we changes this. Since we got HP Circlet now, we can take a look at the EM sands. They're going off piece. Might have something good. 5. Ooh. That's 7, but that overcaps a bit too much. It might be that, actually. Because I think we're at exactly 100 crit now. Yeah. We don't have a single EM sub on our build, so we definitely want EM sands. And we're not going to miss our crit. It's a big deal. Because missing your crit on Milani makes you want to do bad things to yourself, and I hate it. You're looking at Milani Akasha? Yeah. Yeah. You look at Milani Akasha and there's like fucking 43 rolls on page 17. It's fucking insane. And like most of the page 1 builds have like 28 or less crit rolls. Because they have a lot of HP and EM rolls. And okay, am I on the right build? No. Better. Petra. I'm not going Petra channeling. Like, if I don't do cooked bullshit rotations... not that bad. But we kind of need to make sure we apply Pyro before we chomp. And we didn't apply Pyro before that chomp. It is what it is. Ah! What? We didn't bait that one. It's fine. Yeah. Oh boy. Not that bad. I mean, it's slower than air fryer. How does your burst hit for 280k? It's level 7 and or level 8. And more importantly, VV runs out. I'm down to do the real cooked team. What? Alright, it's because it doesn't highlight crit rate as a useful substat for some reason. It's so annoying. $75 crit Baiju, Pog. After this, should I try the 2 Yelan E Nahida burning team? No, because you don't have a healer or a shielder. That team's too cooked in actual gameplay. Burning self-damage without a melee plus no healer or shielder is just too much. What's the rotation supposed to be for this? No clue. We'll fucking figure it out, I guess. Oh, I don't have enough ER? Really? Okay, well, it's fine. Well, whatever. Oh well. It's just Molani and AoE, man. I'm just gonna go double scroll. I can't be bothered, man. Not like I need to change it. Is he out of range? Me when I clear 30 seconds faster with a 4-star. Aware. How big of an upgrade is Lali? It's a pretty big upgrade, but I think I still clear this chamber faster with Rosaria. Oh. This one's a little cooked, I think. Yeah. I need to level any Arsans, but I don't have anything that has crit substat. Let's see if this rolls crit on 4. Can I feed a +4? Probably, right? Surely I have a +4 that's worthless somewhere. Am I ever leveling this? Nope. ER. ER. Or sorry, crit rate. Oh, we didn't get it. That's fine. Eh. I guess that means we're gonna go ER crit. 10% crit. 9.7. More, I guess. I might level this. Okay. Yeah, take this. And this. Should be enough. That's not very good, huh? Oh, that's pretty fucking harsh, huh? Yeah, that's the biggest problem with Rosaria in this chamber, is that the waves don't spawn in the same spot. But it's still faster than Milani. Gaming's just fucking goated, man. We see a full clear with that team. I don't really want to do with Rosaria with, on this chamber because the enemies spawn so far away from each other. But I could do it with Seed Lolly. I don't mind that. Technically, I should be on Petra or Instructor Shilonen, but I can't be bothered. Oh, actually, I know what I'll do. What could go wrong? Balls. I don't know if I want to do Diona. I guess it's fine. I have Elegy. We'll allege it up. She's on Instructor. Is that good? No, it's not. Huh, whatever. I'll change my rotations for it. Although, actually, it's gonna be a little cooked. I don't have enough ER, do I? Because I put all my ER Instructor pieces on Rosaria. Oh well. Oh well. No, I'm not vaping. Well, I am vaping. We're vibing. Oh. Oh my god. I don't want to burst here. Good kill. Yeah. Alright. Alright. I'm not in Bennett burst. Fuck. I don't want to burst here, so I'm just gonna wait it out. There we go. Oh, you do the diving tech where you hover for a while before plunging? Not in melt teams. In vape teams it's good, in melt teams it's not. Because you're gated by the amount of times you apply cryo anyways. So doing it faster than every 2 seconds doesn't actually help, because you only apply cryo every 2 seconds. And you apply cryo 3 times in quick succession at the start, and that's enough for burst, and then E and then another E. But if you hover in the air and you try to juggle your Manchai, your first plunge will happen after 2 successive Excessive? Excessive, I think. Applications of cryo, so you'll miss a melt, basically. Want to be better in double cryo? Diana doesn't have app. Anyways, what's here again? Right. Oh. Oh, it didn't target him. Oh, fuck me. Right? I'm gonna lose my Widsith here, I think. Never mind. It hadn't been 30 seconds yet. Oh. We lost a hit, though. Oh, fuck. I lost my Widsith there. It is what it is, man. If I want to get the heal on Chilonen, I have to do it before I get my setup. Otherwise, I lose my Hydro Aura and I can't swirl it. Oh, we missed. That's kind of sad. Okay. Well, that's pretty much the average Milani experience. Why healing? Because I don't like dying, and you can't really avoid incoming damage with Milani. The only way to avoid incoming damage is to stay far enough away from the enemy that their attacks don't hit you, but if you do that, you're not hitting them either, which is bad. Anyways. Yeah, here we're just gonna... No, we don't have... What the fuck did I just do? It's fine. Oh, I fucked up so bad. What the fuck? That's fine. I'm awful. Dude. I didn't want to use my fucking burst here, and that led to me doing something stupid, but it's fine. It's still gonna be enough. That's gonna be a little sus for my Bennett energy, but it's fine. I mean, just randomly doesn't throw Manchai. If you're less than 50% HP, he doesn't throw Manchai. And I got hit in the middle of my plunge, so... unlucky. It's not that big of a deal. I could have just kept plunging, but I plunged too late, early. I missed my melts. Oh, we didn't. We didn't hit him with the burst. Oh. What the fuck have I just done? Oh, it's not gonna work? Oh, whatever, man. And he dodged my fucking hit? Oh my god. I'll just do this for the crit rate, and yeah, there we go. Oh, fuck you. Oh no! We missed all of our reactions. That's fine. Hey, can you stop getting bad RNG Munchai throws? Well, it doesn't matter. I should play this. Alright. It's okay. Will Ani receive damage nerfs in the beta? Yeah. Oh, what? So, live version. 7.8 times 3, so 8 times 3, 24 plus 15-ish. 39 plus 39, so 78. V1 22 plus 33. 34. Well, that's 56. Plus 56, 112. Tiny little bit. Tiny little bit of a nerf. That's not V1, that's V2, sorry. I mean, V1's pretty much the same. But the Night Soul consumption became faster. Or she restored less Night Soul from picking something. Whatever. She getting 3 bites was rough. Like the default combo was 2 bites and pray for a 3rd.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
Yeah, it was a lot better for VV stuff. Because, like, if you just do 2 bites into burst and you get lucky and the burst hits as soon as it comes out, that can all get VA'd. Or that can all get VV'd. Like, all that damage can happen before VV runs out. But if you do 3 bites plus burst, the 3rd bite and the burst don't get VV. And it's more time spent on field. Who's stronger? Who's stronger? V1 Molani or Live Mawika? I'd say Live Mawika. But the gap is much closer.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
I'll be right back, chat.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
I'm back. Chat, should we try to take a look on GC Sim and pretend that it's V2 Mawika? Should we do V2 or V1? Which one was stronger? That's 30 less, 5 less. V1 was better. So 52.08 plus 3 times 0.082 plus 3 times 13.021 plus 39.061. V2 is stronger. It certainly doesn't look that way, because the numbers are smaller. I guess maybe you get a 2 bite or a two stack bite at the end with this. Yeah, you probably do, actually. Still, it should still be better, I think. Wasn't V2 doing more damage but 1 less bite? Well, no? I forgot a percent somewhere. It's a decent amount less. But then yeah. good amount less, actually. Unless I'm missing something. Am I missing something? Maybe the passive? But the passive didn't really change. It generated stuff, or it regenerated less Night Soul. That's it. But that's a nerf. So V2 should be a lot worse, no? Alright. Okay, I know there's a Molani sim that does a 2-byte rotation. I don't know which one it is, though. Yeah, it's this one. The one that's ruined by Xiangling C4. Okay. So... This one's fine. Okay. I'll do this too. I'm guessing Molani.momentum is supposed to be... the amount of stacks she has? So... we change this one so that instead of doing 3 fully stacked ones, you do 2 fully stacked one and 1 2-stack one. I think that's gonna work. Delay in skill cooldown, because we're spending a little bit less time on Molani, but we still don't have actual problems. It is quite a bit less damage, but that makes sense, because we haven't adjusted her stats to account for the nerfs. So let's do that now. So, how much total HP does she have right now? Is that with the Sack Jade passive or not? Wait, I don't know. That is not... It is? I'm not sure. You didn't remove the other cycle? What do you mean? I changed the functions they said. Which is gonna change it everywhere. You can check final stats on the sample. Alright, we'll take a look then. On the debugger. Is it on settings? Debug. Okay, never mind. I don't know. Man, I can't be bothered. Let's just change the crit. This is 100 crit rate. It's over 100 crit rate, actually. So, we just have to add crit damage. So, on live, what talent level are these even? I don't know. Whatever. Let's look at V5 live. Okay. So, on live, the skill is 15.624 plus 7.812 times 3 plus 39.06. Then times 2 plus this. And I guess I'll also need this and the burst, which is hitting for 105.1906. But it's also increased by... Do we get 2 stacks on it or 3? 3, right? Yeah, 3. 45, so 150. What about V1? It wasn't there on V1 because there wasn't changes on V2. What about V2? Okay, so 75.75. And this used to be 40. So, I need to increase her damage by 44.6%. She currently has a total of 178.4 crit damage. So her crit multiplier is 278.4. And so if I want to adjust it for this, it's going to be this times this divided by this. Which means I need to add 124.4 crit rate. Or crit damage, sorry. So, we add... one, then 24 to 66 is 90.4, so 906. Explain the reasoning behind the crit multiplier changes. you can't, at least as far as I'm aware, there's no way to change the motion value in GC Sim. So what I'm doing is I'm seeing how much bigger the motion value is supposed to be, and I'm making the crit multiplier that much bigger to increase the damage by the same amount as if it were working, like as if I were increasing the motion value. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, this is pretty sure the config is still doing 3 stack bites. No, I checked. The damage went down by like 15k DPS from me going to 2 stack bite, because Milani combo 2 is the 2 stack bite that they do by default. Or sorry, this is the 2 fully stacked bites combo that they do by default, because this rotation intentionally cuts the uptime short after the second chomp when the burst is available, so that you can hit the burst before VV runs out. The thing is, that's RNG, because it depends on where your burst decides to fly, and if it decides to go the long way around, it'll hit after VV runs out, which is cringe, but I mean, whatever, alright? So I didn't have to change this one. And then this is the one that they did by default, and it used to be, it does it, it iterates from k equals 0 to 3. I changed it to 2, and I added wait a second. Something is wrong here. I'm not doing the attack here. There we go. Okay. But is everything right here? If I put the crit damage back to what it used to be, it is less. Okay, yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. That's a more reasonable gap. Okay. So 1.906. So this is what this V1 Molani was doing. This is live. It's like 25k more DPS in V1. Aware. Aware! The cycle you added was after the 3 stack one that already existed. Yeah, but I also changed the amount of iterations from 3 to 2 here. See. Anyways, let's keep looking at this, I guess. By the way, this is one of my biggest pet peeves with tier list stuff. I really dislike when a tier list has inconsistent amount of constellations on characters. Because it's like, okay, cool. Like, C1 Hu Tao is there. Like, assuming it's true, right? Assuming there's nothing to disagree with here, right? Okay, C1 Hu Tao is there, but how good is C0 Hu Tao? No idea. But like, what if I want to know? Like, man, what if I want to know? Like, I want to know. Oh yeah, they do have a C0 tier list. Oh, okay. I guess that's fine then. Wait, what? Oh, never mind. Is this supposed to be ordered? I think it is ordered. I think it is supposed to be ordered. Because Chevaleur's goes from the first in S to the second last in S at C6 versus C0. Which, by the way, is actually surprisingly reasonable. This whole thing is, like, actually... You guys were right. It is a lot better than the Genshin.gg one. Is sub DPS right in just Hyperbloom? I think it is, yeah. They have yap about stuff. Somewhere. Yeah, it is right on the Hyperbloom. I'm kind of curious to read some of the yap. I'm curious to read what the Gumming yap is. Overperforming as a 4-star character at C6 with high plunge damage with his best teams, reliant on his burst to be used off cooldown to deal damage. Sure. This is wrong. That's okay. Diluc being here is a sneak for sure, though. Oh my goodness. Okay, wait. Let's go back. Look at the sneaks. Yeah, Diluc being in the same tier as Gumming is like the biggest sneak I've ever seen. Was that pre-Seat Lolly? No. But maybe they just didn't update it when Seat Lolly came out. I wonder what the most egregious thing in this whole thing is. Let's take a look. Yai here, maybe? Or Shenhe here? Ito same tier as Noelle? I can't. I wonder what about C0 Noelle? He's below. Is Ito really that bad? Honestly, no. But it's like, you look at what's around, right? And there's some things that I think should be lower and some things that should be higher. So, like, is Ito bad enough to be considered in a similar tier to... Well, actually... Outside of, like, Noelle, I'd say Ito's, like, better than the rest of this tier. Other than Sucrose, but I don't know what the fuck they mean with Sucrose carry. I guess I can take a look. On-field driver, that also increases EM. Okay. So this is just like taser sucrose. Okay. I guess that's fair? Maybe? Where is Fischl in this list? Fischl is here. She's at the top of S for them. And towards the bottom at C0. I think that's very reasonable. The sub DPS category is actually like really reasonable. Pretty much the whole way through. Maybe Kea would be higher for me now, considering he's a good enabler for both Maoika and Arlecchino. But oh well. Doesn't he need to be C6? Yeah. Okay. Sucrose. Okay, what do they mean by sub DPS sucrose, actually? Okay, yeah, we can take a look at the changelog, actually. Fuck it. Maoika, raise, so SS, raise her position across all tier lists in the same tier. Current endgame content and events have drastically shifted to not-line characters, which Maoika is the strongest in DPS. In addition, other characters released since the start of the region now mostly have either her or Shilonen as best in slot. We're bumping up her position in the C6 tier list due to her ability to perform record-breaking speedruns. Sure. Okay. Shilonen, raise her position. Okay, cool. Kazuha moved down his position below Bennett and Shilonen in the same tier. So he's still in SS, but now below Bennett and Shilonen. While still a strong debuffer, some of his previous best team comps have since favored Shilonen and her ease of use instead. Other changes. Grizzly position at C0 tier list increased from B to A due to his resurgence with new supports even without C1. Is that true? Is Maoika even an upgrade to his teams if you don't have C1? Isn't Maoika mainly an upgrade to Risley's teams if you do have C1? Isn't that what Jamie said in his video? Because the N3C combo it applies too much cryo for Maoika. Oh well. Needle's position slightly moved down due to the current decline in priority for bloom-related reactions. I guess that's fair. So, Glorp. I'm gonna be honest. I think B tier is like too generous. Well, I'm seeing what else is in the B tier. Maybe it's not. Okay, Klee should not be here. Klee is not below Ella. Buddy. What the fuck? Anyways. Introduce on-field sucrose in the tier list similar to Mizuki as an on-field swirl driver. That's fair. You're gonna put Glorp, you might as well put sucrose too. Lanyan, due to her benefits as a Viridescent Venerer holder with a strong shield at C2, we consider Lanyan as the best 4-star shielder in the game and should be acknowledged as such. That's fair. Alright. Before that, added Lanya, moved Citlali from S to SS, moved Oron from A to S, moved Lila from B to A. Lee isn't too far above Ella either, because her best team is where she lets Farina proc forward Vape, but like Shelling can also let Farina proc forward Vape. Yeah, but like, it's actually a good team. Where Klee is actually doing something. Alright. I saw Gumming nerf from S to A, really? Damn. Tragic. Wait, they moved Gumming down on the patch Citlali came out? Nah. Nah. Surely not. Surely not. Oh well. Chat, honestly, something I've realized lately is that the quality of life issues that Gumming has are like almost non-existent when you're playing with Citlali. Not having to deal with circle impact is just so comfy. And once the Unsun comes out, you'll have some teas where you just literally don't even have to stay in Bennett buff either. You're gonna be completely mobile. But like something I've realized lately is like Gumming is actually just the GOAT, man. Like, there's a reason he cheats noticeably higher than Arlecchino. Gumming salesman at it again, yes sir. Anyways, another thing I've noticed lately is I get really annoyed when I play Melt Arlecchino because some enemies have longer hit lag, and against enemies with longer hit lag, because your attacks are a little bit slower, it's enough to have your time rule ICD reset happen before your second N3. And by that time, you haven't reapplied cryo, so you just lose all your melts from that point onwards. So I might start doing N5D instead of N3D more often. So why N5D is just better, it's also not ping dependent. And 3D isn't ping dependent. Clear twice as fast as Volani? Yeah, we don't talk about that one. And 3D feels so bad. I don't think it does, but we've had a lot of like long hitbox enemies in Abyss lately, so wage business. All I'm saying is there's a reason why there are 20k followers on r/Mawika, whereas r/Gaming has 45.8 million. True. Good point. Good point. Good point. You're so right for that, by the way. Oh my. You are so right. Anyways, Anyways, let's do some Melt Arlecchino here. And on the other side, let's do what's a chill team I want to play today? What do you guys want to see? Navidad? No. We're not playing Navidad. I refuse. Beto? We can do some Beto. Your might be too low. How bad could this go?
Time to go to work.
Okay, fuck you.
Now you're testing my patience.
Oh, he died mid-attack. Did my Oz get fucking... Oh my... Let me Oz!
Now you're testing my patience. We'll meet again. Now you're testing my patience.
I don't want to burst. A little annoying, but it's fine. Alright, for this thing, I want to, like, bait him backwards a little. So my Bennett burst can be, like, in a better position. Oh. Alright, alright. No more bullshit. This is kind of annoying, huh? I'm overloading them and preventing them from grouping up. And I'm overloading them and preventing them from attacking me so I can get any parries either. Actually not that bad, though. Actually not that bad. Okay, we're gonna do the smart thing and wait here, chat. We're gonna be smart today.
Overruled. Let's light it up, everybody. Suffer the wrath of... Going in. You two. Tight.
We're being smart. All right, let's see. I'm most curious about this one, honestly.
Nice and spicy. Stop right there. Eat this.
Oh, they're gonna ungroup, aren't they? Oh, never mind.
Hands where I can see 'em. Final war. You're toast. Justice will power the high shot. Stop right. Midnight. Nice and spicy. You asked for it. Eyes on me. Final warning.
I did not mean to tap E, but it's fine.
By royal decree.
Could have been worse. Could have been worse. All right.
Teamwork is strict. Show no mercy. Lolling. Laid bare. Bring it. Everybody stand. Get to work. You two. Tight. Transfixed. Let's light it up. Teamwork is... Lolling. Eat Papa.
Come on. Once you start to book, you can never go back. Exactly. Exactly. Booking consumed him. It did. It definitely did. It's actually so over. Okay, I should do one more domain because I consumed 140 resin today. How's it Yansan Tearless looking? I forgot about that.
Rise. Then everybody stand. Fulfill our path. Suffer the wrath from the sky.
Maybe we get a fucking insane power goblet. Yep. That's worth locking though. We might get a Geo Natlin carry at some point, and if we do, might be a defense scaler. And if that's the case, this is good. I'll take that. C60 load and true. Alright, oh no, I think I closed it. I reopened it. All right, cool. So let's keep going with this. What do I expect? What do I expect out of CLUEGI teams with the Ansan? Not much. Actually, nothing. This is gonna be pretty awful. Like, it functions, but it's not gonna be very good. I think same for Raiden. No, for Raiden it might be here. Kutsang is gonna be no, I think. I don't think you should play Kutsang in anything other than Aggravate. What about playing Aggravate Kutsang with official Eon-san Nahida instead of like Shilonen or Kazuha or Sucrose? That might be alright, actually. Should be fine, actually, yeah. Child? Well, you get to snapshot Changling. You'll have full buff for her. But not having grouping in international is like kind of stupid. So I don't like it. I think it's gonna go an eh. Is she really good for basically any Chevy user? Eh. If you go a Pyro carry with her, it means you gotta go an off-field Pyro. Or sorry, an off-field Electro on top of her. Right? You'd go like Chevreuse, Yansan, Fischl or something. And it's good. Yeah. For Electro carries, it allows you to go off-field Mawika, which is also good. Yeah, should be pretty solid in most of those teams. Okay. Channeling in like national teams instead of Sucrose. Okay, I'm kind of curious. How fast you can spam Swift Stormflight. Because, like, what about on-field Yansan in a national team? To enable overvape on channeling. Like, hear me out, okay? Like, Overload is really good now with the Overload buffs. Like, it's actually significant to get an Overload. And the attack buff is really big. And in Overvape teams, you want EM a lot more than attack. Oi, stop taking my video ideas? Yeah. But you want EM a lot more than attack. So you're not going to have that much attack, so getting an additional source of external attack is good. Maybe you go like EM crit on Shangling. Maybe that's better than EM damage crit. With the Bennett C6 plus Yansan C6 plus Cinder City. What about double Electro National? Like Shenling, Singto, Yansan, Fischl. Actually, do you get... Do you get a normal attack wind up if you do the Swift Stormlight? I don't know. Maybe you don't. If you don't, then it won't work with Singto, so it won't be very good. Yeah, you only needed the snapshot, exactly. Both Shenling and Fischl snapshot. What about, like, Bennett, Shenling, Showers, Yansan, with on-field Yansan, spamming charge attacks? Actually alternating between charge attacks and normal attacks so that you can trigger overloads based on the aura. But I have no idea how fast this is. Sorry, chat, I have to check something. She doesn't get Nightfall from her own movement. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because you've snapshot everything you wanted to buff. What sort of damage can you expect on Xiangling in a team like that? So, base attack. $225 plus 454. Attack percent. Power resonance. Showers. Sands. Noblesse on Showers. Pseudo Noblesse with Sin. With, Days Pass on Showers and Noblesse on Bennett, actually. Is there anything else? Yon's on C2. Flat attack. Let's do E. Damage percent. Do we go emblem in this team? Your ER requirements are gonna be so low. Is Emblem even... I guess nothing is good.
No one's joined me on an event.
There's not really a good artifact set when your requirements on channeling are low. You probably just go Emblem anyways. Gilded? No, she's not gonna have enough ownership for reactions. Whatever. 46.6. Bennett C6. Lava Walker? No, because there's not gonna be enough uptime on that either. Okay, what else do we have here? Is that it? With, what's it called? Emblem? Then we got Channeling Burst. P6. Crit value. Effective attack. Motion value. 144. 176. 19. 24 times. Let's do 14 for now. Then 223 times 4. But you're gonna have asynchronous rotations where you get more than one Goba E per rotation, or more than one channeling E per rotation, so let's do 6 instead. Damage. That's not good enough. Not good enough. Okay, that's fine. It is what it is. Yeah, not nearly good enough. What if you lose Bennett and you get Official instead? Personal damage is now to like 16k DPS. Official is now Official might be out damaging channeling here, I'm gonna be honest. Probably is, actually. Wait, in that case, what about on-field Pyro Infuse the Unsun? No. That won't be good. Fully M on-field Overload Bennett? Perhaps? But yeah, let's take a look at that. Yeah, let's take a look at official damage here. Oh boy. Okay, so it's 244 plus. She shouldn't be getting the reactions. It should be mostly. I just realized also this is definitely a TF Bennett team, isn't it? But I can't do TF Bennett because I C6'd him. Oh. Oh. Anyways, what bow should we use on Fischl? Journalist? No, she's not getting any reactions here. Look at Ali Hunter, I guess. Most people don't have it, but I guess just Viridescent Hunt. Yeah, fuck it. Just do Viridescent Hunt. Alright, so we got Power Resonance, yup. Chevreuse, yup. Main stat, yup. 20%, that's Noblesse. Do we have Noblesse? Yeah, Noblesse on Chevreuse. 30% from Yansan, yup. And we've got Bennett, yup. Damage percent, 46.6. Plus Golden Troop. Good value. 27.6 times 2. Yep. Effective attack. Motion value. Motion value, we have 231% plus 200%. That happens every other rotation. Plus 416 plus 222. That happens every rotation. Plus 178 times 12 plus 80 times 9, maybe? $10? We can do 10. Plus 30 times 8, I guess. So official damage is here. What about Bennett damage?
Come on, let's go.
Without scroll, I think you're right. You are right. So Bennett damage, where is Bennett? $191 base, right? 191 plus what weapon do we do here? Let's do Ali Flash. Because it's a high base attack EM sword, which is great. 55 EM. Attack percent. Let's do Travelers, Power Resonance. Yeah, Travelers, Power Resonance. I don't think we go attack main stat. Noblesse, Yansan. Flat attack. 350 plus 69. It's gonna average like 400 plus 39 times this. Total attack. Damage percent. Don't get this. I guess I need overloads as well, huh? Oh, I'll add it later. We do get that, yeah. We get... No, we don't get Bennett C6 here. It's C5 Bennett. And that is it. Great value. We also get 12 damage from this. Then crit multiplier. Active attack. EM multiplier. EM here is going to be 187 plus 55 plus 100-ish. This is times with plus 1.4. Okay, then we got overload damage, which is 39 something. $39.79 times EM multiplier times 1.15. Motion value. Um, 466 plus 7 E's maybe. 275 times 7. Number of overloads. He gets like 1. He gets like 8. Yeah, it's pretty ass. Okay. I have wasted my time. It's not good enough. Tragic. $310. Okay, so let's keep going with this then. Shangling is gonna go In the Like, there will be teams where you play Yonsan and Channeling together, but they're not really going to be Channeling carry teams. They're mostly going to be Shovelers teams where you want off-field pyro if you don't have Maoika. Ganyu, man, it's sus with Ganyu. But it's not that bad. It's really not that bad, actually. It should be fine. Because Ganyu can dash cancel her stuff, so it should be fine. Mela teams. No. Cinder City not buffing physical is like so tragic. Yoimiya teams. So if you're using her in a Yoimiya team, it's probably Shovelers, right? And then you use her with Fischl instead of using Bennett. Bennett Circle can be annoying with the Yoimiya because her default attack string makes you like slightly move backwards. But you dash cancel in 5. I mean, if you can RR cancel, that's faster, but sure. I mean, Will it be an upgrade over Bennett? You lose Bennett C6, but you don't lose Power Resonance. And you are going to be gaining Cinder City, so it should be an upgrade, yeah. At least for the start of the rotation. But then the end of the rotation is going to hit, and you're going to not have your buff anymore because she generates pretty much nothing. Should be viable at the very least. Ayato? No, I mean... No. Don't do this to yourself. Sino? I mean, you can use with Sino in Moika team with Shovelers, I guess. Is it better than Fischl? You are getting the... You are getting the... Can't words, man. You're getting Maoika's damage. And the Electro characters have the upside of Maoika generating so much fucking Fighting Spirit or so much fucking Night Soul for Yansan that you're guaranteed to swap into your character while full Night Soul. And if you have C4, you're probably gonna stay full Night Soul for like 4 seconds. Just from all the overflow and it recursively refreshing itself. I mean, yeah, it'll be fine at the very least. What if you drop Sino for Yonsan? Yeah, that's probably a bigger upgrade, but let's not talk about that. Okay. Wanderer. It'll work, but it won't be great. Hytham. I mean, worst case scenario, Yonsan is like a 40% damage buff. So she can be used, and like Oberon can be used, but Oberon needs a second Natlin or a Hydro to function, and Yonsan doesn't. Hytham's Quicken teams are fucking omega scuffed right now. Because your Electro options for Hytham teams kind of suck. So, even though Hytham doesn't like attack, I don't think I'll put him in no. I will put him in though. Linny, it'll work. The problem with Linny is you can't really if you use her with Bennett, you can't do Chivalrous because you don't have off-field Electro. Right? Man, I don't know. I wonder if it'd be an upgrade in the Sitlali team. It might be, actually. Because your last slot in the Sitlali team is kind of right now. Right? You don't really have great options. And Yonsan should be a pretty good option, at the very least. Okay, goes in viable teams, I think. Risley. I mean, with Risley, you're not replacing Bennett. Because the Risley teams where you use Bennett are teams where you use double Pyro. Whether it's Bennett Mawika or Bennett Changeling. So then it's the last slot, Yonsan versus like Shilonen. It'll be fine with Mawika. It'll be a little sus with Shinelang. I think it goes in for me. Navia. For Navia, I think it's really interesting. It might be a get no off-field app angle. And just swap back to Bennett to E. You can get 3 crystallizes out of that. But that might be a little too sus. Plunge Navia. It won't beat Farina for Plunge. For Gaming, does Yonsan replace Shanyan or Bennett? Bennett. Or sorry, Shanyan. Yeah. I think the fact that she can't get a crystallize is just too tragic. No, being able to give Cinder City to your carry makes Yansan so much worse. Hmm. It'll be one of the Navia teams at the very least. Arlecchino. I think with Arlecchino at C6 it can be an upgrade. So we'll put it there. Both her Melt and her Chivalrous teams. Client should be in the same boat for the Chivalrous team specifically. I wonder if Yansan is an upgrade to C6 Sarah. It definitely is in practice. I don't know if it cheats higher. And finally, Sethos. No. Don't do that to yourself. Alright. I think that's it. You see the newest footage of the Verisa? Her weapon stack from plunge is gain even with her 80 energy burst. The one from plunge or the one from burst? Because you get a stack from using burst. There's no reason why it would give you the plunge one, because the burst, like the big burst, is not even a plunge attack. It doesn't do plunge damage. It has nothing to do with plunges. Is it really an upgrade for Arlecchino? It seems like it. Arlecchino doesn't have a good last slot. Bennett is great. Citlali is great. Last slot is a little sus. And then in Chivalrous teams, you already have Power Resonance, and you don't have Cinder City. So she's an upgrade there as well. Yai on field. Don't do that, man. It's just. Ugh. Nolan runs around like crazy, running out of Bennett's burst while stacking Yansan pretty well. Are you sure about her placement? Yeah. Like, sure, cool, she runs around like crazy, but it's not like you get anything from generating more Night Soul than you need. And Chlorine doesn't benefit that much from the attack buff that you get on Yansan. And Yansan can make your rotations longer. And Chlorine currently has some very strong options that synergize quite well with her. I feel like Ayato moves enough to make it out of no. Okay, you guys seem to not realize, like, alright, cool. She gives max buff, 690 attack, 30 attack percent. Is that better than the other options? No, it's not. Or in Ayato's case. And on top of that, no, Ayato does not move a lot. As a Sethos player, I think he can go in because he needs to reposition constantly. Again! Okay? So Luna, you shouldn't be falling for this as well, okay? What Yansan does is not triple your DPS if you stay above 42 Night Soul. It gives 690 attack and 30 attack percent if you're above 42 Night Soul. Even assuming you have that 100% uptime, it's still not good enough for Sethos. It's not good enough to beat Fischl. And Sethos teams without groupers. Lil W. She gives damage percent? Yeah, but she's not Fischl. Like, giving damage percent is cool and all, but you're giving it to Sethos. I didn't say better than Fischl, I said new team options. The thing is, like, okay, but if your team goes from, like, 80k DPS to 55, that's a no for me. You know? Okay, let's look at the Sims for a little. Sethos Sims are a little sus because you are not doing these rotations that well. I'll tell you right now. But we can at least look at the damage distribution, and it should stay the same, more or less, right? Fischl doing almost half the team damage. Over a third still. Over a third, 2/5-ish. Okay. Let's be like omega scuffed. Add 36 resistance. And then add 30% attack to Sethos and Fischl. And 690 flat attack. And that simulates Itu Yansan. It's 52k instead of, was it 85? Massive downgrade. Nahida too? Does Nahida snapshot? I mean, you go Nahida before Yansan anyways, so it doesn't matter. You added to Nahida, not Sethos, really? You're right. You're right. You're right. We gotta make sure we don't fuck it up here. Important. Right. So 76k instead of 85, so we lost like 75, so yeah, we lost more than 10% DPS. What if instead. So this goes back to 0.1. What if we replace Fischl? So Fischl character level 1. So remove Fischl damage. And we get I guess noblesse. Instructor. Instructor Nahida Petra Bethos or Petra Yonsan, sure. Weapon level 2? Okay, you're right. So we gain an instructor buff. This attack stays the same. Yeah. And it's even worse. Just remove Fischl E. Nah. Fine. About 5k DPS. That seems more or less like what you'd get out of Yansan stuff, maybe? Kinda? But yeah, so it's just a downgrade. It is what it is. And like a pretty big one. What about the Chevreuse teams? They're pretty damn low. Oh man. We'll lose Fischl damage. Oh, but we won't get enough app anymore. Yeah, no, never mind. My perspective has long been team options matter far more than being better. 85k versus 70k DPS isn't different enough for me to feel I can't clear. Oh, buddy, it is. Because this is 85k with 40k from Fischl versus 70k with 60k from Sethos. Okay? And I think you need to understand 60k from Sethos in GC Sim is 35k from Sethos when you're playing. And that shit don't clear. That shit does not clear. Oh man. Well, I get what you're saying. It's just I think it's too sus with Sethos. Alright, chat, let's do another Abyss run.
Let's go find some.
What should we play? Sino? No, I gave up on Sino. I refuse. No more. Sethos? I mean, I guess I could play Sethos. The problem is I don't have a slingshot, so I'm gonna use Skyward Harp, which is like not ideal. Actually, wait, I'll use Viridescent Hunt. Wait, we're pausing. We're pausing. I also don't have a good set. I don't think I have a 4-piece Wanderers. Yeah, I don't. I do not have a 4-piece Wanderers troop. They're gonna go 2-piece, 2-piece. My Sethos is like Giga Scuff. He's also talent level 1 charge attack and C0. Yeah, Giga Scuffed. This is free. I'll do this at least. Maybe I'll just go for TF, since my TF artifact quality is really high. This is gonna be so cooked. So cooked. It's going to be so cooked. I mean, I could just have Kazuha carry. Maybe that's the plan, actually. Just have Kazuha carry. I don't have Kirara leveled. It's kind of annoying. How bad could this be? No, okay, I'm lying. I'm lying. I'm lying. I won't do that. I won't. I won't. No, I'm lying. It's not. I'm lying. I guess I'll do Baiju. No. I don't know, man. Do I actually just do Nahida Shilonen? I guess. The problem is this is gonna be too scuffed in AoE, I feel. I'll check first chamber how bad it is. If it's too bad, we'll just try something else. Get carried by an Animo. I also have my ping is too low, so I can't tax evade.
Hear the echoes of the valley. A minute to memory. Share my knowledge.
As you wish, me. Give some space. Move or be moved.
I'm dead.
Now we're testing my patience.
I can't.
Yeah. Where you heading?
Bring it.
It's pretty cooked.
Cave names echo. The Temple of Wisdom.
It's kind of cooked, but it's doable. I gotta get used to the combos, and I gotta figure out when I can charge attack. Especially with TF, I have like no idea when I'm supposed to. Am I supposed to do E charge attack Q? Does that work? Or charge attack EQ? Man, not having the C6 is annoying. I think I'll just do with Kazuha though. And Baiju, I guess. I'm not gonna have tight rotations anyways, so might as well not even fucking try. Just accept the 20-second rotations. I don't want to think for the second side.
By royalty,
Fallen leaves. Adorn my
midnight.
Oh, I forgot to charge attack.
testing my patience. Give me some space. Wind strider. Taking a turn for the better. As you wish. The clouds high. The birds call. One with nature.
Oh, I can't do that.
Way ahead of you.
Odds reveal thyself.
Remember, health comes first.
Oh no, I windy planted. That's not good.
Wings of darkness.
Move or be moved. Give me some space. Way ahead of you.
I missed my E? That's crazy.
By royal decree.
Wind strider.
Okay, so I can't charge attack EQ.
Light it up, bring it. Teamwork is strict. Show no mercy. You two. Light up the blazing sun. Incinerate. Try and stop.
Oops.
Everybody stand.
Gonna wait a little so I don't fuck up my app. I didn't crit.
I'm going in. Lolling. Eat Papa. Pyroclastic surge.
Right? So,
Mind the side effects. Taking a turn.
Odds reveal thyself.
alright, let's get a pyro infusion.
Give me some space. To Allah. Excuse me.
Midnight phantasm.
Clouds high. The birds seems like an. Time to go. Way ahead of you. Move or be moved.
fuck off.
Excuse me. Mind the side effects. Taking a turn for
Why did you get knocked away from each other?
way ahead. Sage's wisdom. Into space.
By royal decree.
Excuse me. Boom to Al-Akbar.
Oh boy. Oh boy. This feels like ass. It's okay. That's just Sethos, man. Alright, we do the smart thing and we wait here.
Rise, bring it. Let's light it up. Everybody, fulfill our pact. You two, light up the blazing sun. Incinerate.
Switching gears.
Teamwork is show no mercy. Eat Lalin, eat Papa. Wrath from the sky.
Very cool. With your Sethos, I kind of feel Say Spam with Fav is better with my level 1 normal attack talent. Don't know about that one, Chief.
Clouds high. The birds.
The deck to the sea.
Remember, way ahead of you. Midnight. Beam. Into space. Excuse me. Fallen leaves.
That was out of range? No shot.
A bitter pill to swallow. Taking a turn.
Midnight.
Into space. Sage's wisdom. Way ahead of you.
I summon thee.
Clouds high. The birds call. Seems like an emergency. Mind the sun.
By royal decree.
Into space. Boom to Al-Akbar. Excuse me. Way ahead of you. As you wish. One with wind and cloud.
This shit is so ass. I mean, yeah, my Sethos is just not that good.
Excuse me. Beam.
And I'm not particularly good at playing him either. Oh, what the fuck?
Way ahead.
Kazuha is also not that great. Kazuha's doing half my team's damage right now. Alright? You gotta understand, okay? This is AoE content with buffed swirls. I would not be clearing in time with Shilonen.
Light it up. Let's light it up. Everybody, fulfill our pact.
Surely he won't dodge it, right?
Pyroclastic surge.
Is this our fate?
My goodness. Well, he didn't dodge it. I guess.
No rest. Remember, health comes first. Into space, clouds high. The birds call.
Shadow Raven.
Sage's wisdom. Excuse me. Into space. Wind strike. One with wind and cloud.
Oz repeat.
Mind.
The deck to the sea.
Taking it. Boom to Al-Akbar. Way ahead. Excuse me.
Midnight, fantastic.
Oh no, I windy planted. I love killing him with my E while just waiting. It's so funny. Setho's speedruns are insane, but the skill needed is so high. Yeah, there's that. There's also the fact that when you look at Setho's speedruns, they're aggravating for like 55k. And then I'm aggravating for like 20k. Oh. Yeah. You take a look at single target? I'm kinda down. Fuck it, why not? How bad could this really be? Okay, what do I do here? Doesn't matter, I guess. I forgot what the combo for 5 melt with Diona is, but I guess it doesn't really matter.
Everybody stand back. Fulfill our pact. Keep lolling. Even in the light of the blazing sun. I'm getting sick of this. Let's light it up. Going. You two. Time to pyroclastic surge.
How poorly is this gonna go?
Hear the echoes of the valley.
Maybe I should have started with pause, but it's fine.
Sage's wisdom. Into space. Excuse me.
Wings of darkness. Bring it. Just leave her loose.
To Al-Akbar.
Oh, fuck you.
Into space.
Hello, let me charge it. Hello! Oh my god.
By royal. Letting brave names echo. The Temple of Wisdom.
It's actually not that bad, though.
Excuse me. Sage's wisdom.
Like, it's not good, but I kind of expected worse.
Grow, grow, grow. Let the mountain's veins flow.
Midnight Bend. Excuse me. Move or be moved. Way ahead. Into space.
I definitely should be weaving in some more charge attacks, but I don't really know when I'm supposed to.
Share my knowledge.
To Al-Akbar. Way ahead.
Okay. Oh.
Teamwork is true. Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath of the sky. Shaken and stirred. Look at you. Going in. Let's light it up. Get to work. You two. Time to pyroclastic surge. Incinerate! Everybody stand back!
That might have been a mistake.
Light of the blazing sun!
Oh, Pog. Use up all the thing! That's my goat! Huge. Alright.
Bring it. The Temple of Wisdom. Letting brave names echo. Shadow Raven.
Excuse me? Sage's wisdom! Into space! Way ahead! Excuse me?
Wings of Dark. Hear the echoes of the valley. Grow, grow, grow. Bury my knowledge.
Move or be moved! Way ahead! Into space!
Yeah, by royal. This way, Trina.
Way ahead!
Alright. It's working. It's not good, but it's working. Here we're yeah. Swanee's gonna be rough. I'll tell you that much.
Light it up. Let's light it up. Teamwork is fulfill our path. Keep lolling. Eat breath from the sky. Both rise. I'm a rise. I'm going in. Show no mercy. You two. Light up a blazing sun.
Right? Alright, let's experience pain and suffering.
Grow, grow, grow. Make yourselves a room.
As you wish.
Let the mountain flames boil.
Into space! Sage's wisdom!
Hear the echoes of the valley. A minute to memory. Share my knowledge.
Excuse me? Move to Al-Akbar!
Bro.
Way ahead!
Shadow. Bring it. Yeah.
Excuse me? Sage's wisdom! Into space!
Oh no.
Way ahead!
Letting brave names echo.
Ah! What? Oh my god, I got fucking electrocharged.
Temple of Wisdom.
As you wish. Excuse me? Move to Al-Akbar! Way ahead!
Ah.
Midnight. This way, Trina.
Alright, we got through. Easy clap. What's up, Nick? How do you do? Is this viewer count? No, it's just I wanted to play Sethos, I guess. I will say Sethos feels better to play than Sino does. Not good, but better. DPS, Emily, no. ask Nick about Vermilion? No. I don't like kicking people while they're down. I'll wait until they get back up and then I trip them. So much more fun that way. Alright, chat. We'll do one more clear. I kind of want to play Daya. I know it's a bad idea, but I kind of want to play Daya. We can yoink this, sure. Not the best crit ratio, but it'll do. Can you melt her birth with Solo Seed Lolly? Nope. That would sure be nice. But nope. No, you can't. Why is this plus 19? Oh. Okay. This is gonna be so cooked, by the way. We need a really strong first side. Yeah. Welcome back, Navita.
Clouds high. The bird,
Lolly, it's Papa. Time to shine.
bow your head. You are the threat. Let the mighty be humble.
I'm getting sick of this. Strike a pose. Fulfill our
Let me eat, please.
Get to work.
Wind strike.
Kazuhan Rancor, I think that's very possible. It's fine, it doesn't matter. It's Navita, dude.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is
So.
you're dead meat.
Oh, I fucked up. It's fine. Kaya's melting. It's probably better than Daya melting.
Look alive. Everybody stand back.
Don't get frostbite.
Gloves off. Let's light
First chamber, done. 2 rotations for 1 rune guard? Yeah, I know. But I need to not use my Daya E. Daya's E fucks the setups. Oh, man. That's Blackcliff, it's not Rancor.
Suffer the mining, killing some.
Silence. The tides beckon. Wind striking. Clouds high. The birds. Bow your head.
Strike a pose. Get to work. Let the world collide.
Be sanctified. Settle down.
Alright, very cool. Alright. We're gonna do the smart thing this time, and we're gonna intentionally wait a little. And we're not gonna use Daya's E.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Freeze. Oh, so sorry.
You're dead meat. Look alive. Let the mountain flames boil. Go in.
This moment will be frozen.
Bring it. Yeah. Ah. Yeah. Ah. Let's light it up. Hear the echoes of the valley. Off we everybody stand.
Dodge this. Oh, so sorry.
Gloves off. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let the mountain flames boil.
This moment will be frozen.
Let's get it on.
I fucked up? Never mind, we're fine. Alright, can we finish with burst up? Easy clap. Easy clap.
Silence. Falling leaves. Adorn my night. Wind strike.
I want to go mining.
That was kind of fast, but okay.
Bow your head. The tides beckon. Settle. Cheer. Time to go. As one with wind and cloud.
Fulfill our pact. Let the world collide.
Bow your head. Let the mighty be humbled. Wind strike.
Alright. We are vibing. Okay. I might get a one shot. 31k HP. I'm a little bit scared. If we're being fully honest here. I'll Shilonen burst then.
Echoes of the valley. Going in.
Freeze. Oh, so sorry.
You're dead meat. Look alive. Ha. Let's light it up. Bring it.
Cool.
Let the mountain flames boil. Teamwork is
Freeze. This moment will be
Easy clap. That wasn't even close. All you need is an at first sight, and Dea's pretty good. That was a pretty good performance. That's EXK, yep. Why is he booking so casually now? It's a disease. It's a disease. I'm sorry. I can't help it anymore. Skill issue, Coalscapes. I'm gonna do Sethos one side, Dea the other. Yeah, that's probably doable. Would Citlali be better than K in this team? No. Dea's damage is complete dog shit. And, like, unironically, half the team DPS is Kaya's burst. I'm being so for real with you right now. Is Dea's best team still for Innovate? I don't know. I didn't play a lot of Dea Farina. You know, it's probably not that bad. I mean, it's also not very good, though. I'll give you that.
By royal decree. You asked for it.
He's not dead?
Everybody stand back. Wings of justice. Gloves off.
Huh.
Let's get it on. Let's light it up. Stop right there. Going in. On. Down. Left or right. You're dead meat.
I mean, it clears. It clears, I guess. Not bad considering Milani had the same clear time. Alright. That's going too far. That's going too far. That's going, wait, no. That's too much. Can't be doing that. I'm kind of curious how this goes in the AoE chamber.
You
Teamwork is great.
Fuck. Fuck!
Gloves off.
That's kind of tragic. Okay, dude. What the fuck? Nah! You can no. The fuck was that?
So sorry.
Oh my god. My melts aren't critting.
Letting Cave names it. Everybody stand back.
This one will be frozen.
Gloves off. I'm getting sick of this game.
I didn't even jump, man. I thought you had to jump for it to, like, not count like that.
So sorry.
You asked for it. I'm getting sick of this game.
Now
Look alive. Hear the echoes of the valley. Everybody stand back.
freeze. This moment will be frozen.
Gloves off.
Please don't freeze me.
I'm just like patience. Let the mountain's veins boil. I'm going in.
Dodge this. Oh, so sorry.
Bring it. Letting Crave names echo. Everybody stand back.
Cool. Don't get frostbite.
You asked
Now
for it.
test my patience.
Let's get it on. Ha!
Freeze.
Okay. Okay. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. It's bad, but it's not too bad. You know? You think Jolie would make it to top 10 best 5 stars in the game if he had significant damage? I mean, maybe. Probably. Like, Yelan official level damage is very vague. There's teams where Yelan does 5k damage and teams where she does 40k. Please check my minus 15k. Look. Not loading. For Bozo. We'll do one more run. Let's do... No, we go overload. We could do that, sure. Gotta give her this thing back. Oron. Wants Codex. And then second side, what should we do? Spoiler alert, Maui can overload his ass? I know. I'm aware. What if? No. Hmm. Milani, no. I refuse. Lenny, I don't want a gear. No. Well, actually, kind of down for that. Alright, how ass is this gonna be? If you say very, I know, it's gonna be real fucking awful, isn't it?
You're free now.
You asked for it. Go in. Pyroclastic surge.
Now you're testing my patience. Let's end this now. Not too far now. Time to say hello.
Everybody stand back.
Will.
Hands where I can see 'em. Light of the blazing sun. Full throttle.
Tell me what you see. Testing my patience.
Stop right there. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Not bad.
Pyroclastic surge.
Oh. The fact this is still faster than Wolani is like really sad, actually.
You asked for it. Drop your weapon.
Go. You're free now. Farewell. Testing my patience. Will.
Is this a real team? No, not at all.
Lights out. Get to work. Eat lolly. Eat papa.
Up to it, Monsai.
You can't run. Shiver. Show no mercy. You two.
Happy return.
Punishment. Fulfill our pact.
I didn't get my Cinder City.
Mighty mythical beast.
Overload gumming might be better. Yeah, I mean, it's just gumming without Bennett, man. Oh my god.
Fulfill our task.
Feels more satisfying to catch Manchai midair. I agree. It does feel more satisfying, but it is what it is. Alright, we don't have fighting spirit or energy or anything for that matter, but it's fine.
Stop right there.
I did not hold. Oh god.
Tell me what you see.
Light up the blazing sun. Justice will prevail. Drop your weapon. I'm going in.
Farewell. Time to say hello.
Wrath from the sky.
They're gonna go to Narnia, aren't they? It's fine. We need the Bennett burst anyways. I'm hitting for 6k.
Rise with the.
Be free.
Stop right there. Everybody stand back.
Tell me what you see.
Light up the blazing sun.
Did I vape? I feel like that died a little faster than I... Bro! I didn't get a fucking crit.
Light it up. You asked for it. Let's light it up. Going in.
Farewell. Time to say hello.
Wrath from the sky. Try and stop me. Justice will prevail. Everybody stand.
Free. Tell me what you see.
Pyroclastic surge. Rev the final.
Not too far now.
That was awful. Wait, am I not on Serpent Spine? Oh no. Am I on a level 1 weapon? Fuck, I might be. Uh-oh. That's suboptimal.
Judgment. Lights out. Suffer the wrath of mighty mythical beast. Bring it. Shiver. You two. Tight.
Up to it, Manzai.
You can't run. Lights out. Show no mercy. Keep lolling.
Happy return.
Oh, that's bad.
Bring it. Judgment.
I have to burst, otherwise I'm not gonna get it. That's so annoying. That means I'm starting the next chamber without burst. Aww. Maybe Rosaria burst was enough. Man.
Be free. Go. You're free now.
Hands where I can see 'em. Proper teamwork is dreamwork. Light up the blazing sun. Full throttle.
Tell me what you see. Farewell.
Oh, fuck you.
Going in. Justice will wrath from the skies. Incinerate. Burn it down.
Not too far now.
Everybody stand back. Drop your weapon.
Is it Forest Regalia? Yeah, it's a level 1 Forest Regalia. Aware.
Bring it. Judgment. Punishment. Get to work. You two. Type. Happy return. Sorry, pal. Shiver. Fulfill our path. Suffer the mighty mythical beast. Congratulations. Alley-oop. Congratulations. Sorry, pal. Judgment. Lights out. Get to work. You two. Type. Happy return. Alley-oop.
Oh, fuck you.
Congratulations. Punishment. Fulfill our path.
Alright. We're vibing. We're still fine. Okay. How much worse is the damage on Forest Regalia level 1? Why was a level 1 weapon Mawega team faster than Molani? I hope that's a rhetorical question because the answer will make you sad otherwise. Oh boy. Okay, how much better is it supposed to be?
Not too far now. Go.
Rise with the sun. Justice will prevail. Rumble, everybody, stand back. Burn from the sky.
Yeah. Slight difference.
Well, I'm getting sick of it. Hands right. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's
Slight difference. Hey.
Not bad.
light it up. I'm going in. You asked for it. Drop your weapons.
Tell me what you see. Farewell.
Negligible damage increase? Yeah. Negligible. They're like 30 seconds fast. Oh well. It's actually a team if you put a weapon on Monica. I mean, it's still not that good, but it is a lot better, that's for sure. Alright, chat. I think that might be it for the day. Tomorrow might be the Unsun pre-release. Now that I've collected my thoughts. Well, I'll see you guys then. Bye. Actually, wait. We raid someone. We can raid Eeks. Everyone say hi to Eeks. He's currently doing an Iron Man Abyss challenge. He'll explain it for you guys Yeah, go say hi, be nice, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.